Breakfast acquired. Getting ready. Let me fire up 3DS here. Discord window. Transition. Yes. Audio's working. Always got to check that these days. Never know when a Windows update's gonna change all my audio inputs around. I can hear myself. Let's turn that off. where were we? Onderon warships. Should just call it Onderonian fleet. So not necessarily all into warships. I did fix my textile density tool. I found a fix. I found a solution. One of these days, all the plants will die, and I'll be free of the allergies. It'll be wonderful. All right, let's see. Where were we? We were continuing with we were working on optimizing our heavy cruiser here for getting it ready to UV map. And now that I have the textile density tool back up and running, we will be good to continue that. Yeah. Let's just keep on trucking on this for a few minutes. And, I believe these were put together and then turned. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go like this. Wow, way to be super laggy. We're going to do an inset. Reset the X-form and then do an inset. Which is funny because I did a reset X-form on everything earlier and it's undid itself, which is hardly convenient. Actually, we're going to $35 degrees. Okay. It's a lot easier to do things like this. Geez, why are we fucking laggy? Sorry, this program's gonna be the end of me. I should probably clean up this file a bit. There's some random things in here that Alright, you know what? Alright, this is not... I can't work like this. We're gonna save and then relaunch 3DS, I guess. See if that helps. This is ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Launching it again. Give it a minute to load everything up. Don't you fucking start with me. I don't know what's wrong with this stupid shit program today. All right, we're gonna save again real quick. So I moved 4 polygons. We're gonna start deleting 3ds Max files. This is unacceptable. This performance. We need to go in here, and we need to go in here, and we need to go into here, here, map data, local, Autodesk, delete everything. 3ds Max, go here. Inu, 3ds Max. NFTs, how do I feel about them? I don't know. I've seen them used in a lot of silly cases. The idea, I guess, is kind of neat, but I don't know. I haven't solidified my thoughts on them. I haven't really worked with them at all or looked into them all that much. I've seen them used for some really silly things, and I think people spend way too much money on them for something that is kind of a useless thing. But I haven't looked into the technology of how they work at all, or actually how to implement them either. So unstable, unregulated, easy to get your stuff stolen. Yeah, it's like a weird fad thing. I don't know. I don't know why people are so interested in them. Alright, we seem to have smoothed out our lag issue a little bit. Interface is still horribly laggy though, and all of our settings got fucked, so we're gonna have to fix that. I need more anti-aliasing. Apply that, and then I need perspective field of view randomly changed. That's great. It's not. Rendering level advanced. Ambient occlusion, shadows. Just ambient occlusion's fine. Okay. Nope, it's still fucking awful laggy. I hate 3ds Max. I hate this program so much. Why is it randomly laggy today? Who knows? I just restarted the computer. Everything should be working perfectly. Oh, and all my settings. Yeah, gone. Now that shit doesn't work right. Technical problems, as I have every day with this dumbass program. Yeah, it's like a weird collector's thing. But for real, yeah. I don't know. I don't know enough about them. I've been basically ignoring them, mostly because I only read about them in stupid news articles and hear about people wasting immense amounts of money that should go to other things on them, and that annoys me. It's like you could do so much more with that $1 million. So much good for society. You could build parks, clean up roads, enrich people's lives, build something, but they spend it on like some stupid 20 by 20 pixel art of an ape or some dumb shit. Like, great. It's another outlet for the useless rich people to waste money on. But that's just one aspect of the whole. Yeah, NFTs could be potentially pretty useful for, I don't know, maybe there's a implementation you could do in MMO games. Something that's already like all digital and there's... But see, like, I don't know what an NFT is going to provide you with that you don't already get from regular digital records. It's like, is a serial number not good enough? And sell their art package. Oops. Actually, delete that. Delete that. This was already perfect. I need... These are fine. You don't need to do anything more to these. And these as well. Oops. The engine cluster's also fine. This lag is killing me. Even Dr. Disrespect is doing crummy things. Well, it's Dr. Disrespect. I would be disappointed if he wasn't doing crummy things. I don't see any good immediate fixes on the Google for this shitty laggy UI, so I guess we're just gonna have to live with it today, unfortunately. Alright, let's figure out what we're doing with this section of stuff here. Might as well attach this to this. Then work on that. My concept artist, who works very quickly, got back to me on some concepts for the rest of the Onderonian fleet set. Not the rest, but a bunch more ships. Pretty good work, as usual. Let's see. So we've got these. Like we've got this one. It could be a big ship based on... This could be like a hangar here, perhaps. Kind of has a... It would make a good destroyer as well. A destroyer or maybe a cruiser or a larger ship. It could be kind of any of those things. Depending on what we want to do with the scale of that and make that a hangar or not. The rest of it's pretty ambiguous, but it's got that kind of sleek, cruisery, destroyery shape. I also needed like utility ships, like transports, construction vessels, and things. So something like this would be maybe good for that. And then this as well. This has a hangar in it. Let's see, then we've got these. This could make a good science ship, potentially. It's a little bit more different. It's got that kind of rounded part, which is a little more high-tech looking. This is long and narrow, so it could make a good cruiser. They tend to be, at least in like naval tradition. Then we've got what could make a good gunship, potentially. Same with this. And then we've got a bit more of an industrial ship with big armor panels on it. And then an asymmetrical boat. So anyway, we got some new concept art to work off of for the rest of our ships. But anyway, I'm going to be diving into NFTs a bit more here at some point in the near future, maybe. Banana's trying to get me to get on board with this NFT system that he's making, so... He wants me to do some kind of 3D stuff for it. Not for it, but that could be used within it. Or it could be used for, rather. Words, they're hard. Words and thoughts. This is interesting. I wonder what is here. Oh, do we have like an engine block here? I need to make sure that's clean first. However, these we can integrate into here potentially. And just cut this off. I wish I had a ravenous fan base. I wish I could nudge things. I mean, I can literally type in, like, move 0.001 meters or something. Alright, actually, this is the easiest, fastest way of doing this, is to take this, make a copy of that as its own object, then take this, tell it to center on that object on the Y position. Then, because we're kind of anal about things being precise for literally no reason, because no one cares, we're going to do this. Make it so that this piece is the same distance inset here as this piece is. Nice. I didn't fuck that up, did it? No. I guess I should host my stream on my own Discord. That might be good. Become a vegetable. I think I already am well on the way to becoming a vegetable. There's an easier way of doing this. Oops. This is also a completely unnecessary operation. Hold on, let me take this back. Literal proof of vegetableism. Why do things twice when you can do them once? Damn this lag. It's probably hard to tell on this stream, but there's like a 1 second delay between when I press buttons and when things happen, and it's the most infuriating thing. Was it like this yesterday? No, it worked 100% fine, normal yesterday. Why today? Is it horrendously unusably laggy, or almost unusably laggy? Who knows? .3ds Max is an Autodesk program. Please support them by paying $5,000 a year for the privilege to use this program. That's right. Like, I'm sure they've added in stuff, but at least from a hobbyist, fuck me, god damn it. Hold on. I did stupid things. This is more vegetable-isms right here. It took so long to Control-Z that I Control-Z too many times. The modeling tool set is basically the same and hasn't improved much since I was using the program in 2006. Booleans are still fucking broken and useless. The UV suite hasn't changed a pixel. It's like, what was that movie? Tron? Where they laughed about changing the logo in that year's operating system. Yeah, you're probably pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised if Autodesk or 3ds Max dies off. Blender is rapidly picking up frustrated 3ds Max user base. Blender's been making big strides. They still have a long way to go, but they've been making big strides over the last few years. Going pretty strong. Not that Blender isn't without its own issues, but... One suggestion is turning off the load plugins when used button, or option. We'll see if that helps. We'll restart. I have not seen the new logo. Let's have a look. If I can find it. What is it for? 2023? I don't like it when all these companies change their logos all the time, too. Like Patreon, I much preferred their previous logo than the new one. Who else has changed their logo recently? Was it Discord? Or their icon? Is it this? Like this thing minus the DS Max. Because if it is that thing, it's an ugly like blob that means nothing. Okay, we'll bring back our project here. Hopefully that button randomly fixed our UI lag. It's just annoying because we didn't have any UI lag yesterday. Sometimes it has it, and sometimes it doesn't. It's like once every 10 or 15 sessions, it'll just lag horribly that you can't use it, and then the next day it'll be fine. I mean, it could very well be a computer issue. I did restart the computer before the stream, as I do every day. Like, yeah, okay, there we go. That was kind of odd. Let's see. All right, let's apply symmetry here as well. No, let's not yet. Just these pieces are kind of annoying. I guess we'll attach them to this one. Yeah, we're going to need to make concessions for these. They take up a lot of physical space. Alright, I guess the first thing we need to do with this, and there's like other stuff I have to worry about as well. Or is there? No, those are going to be asymmetrical parts. No, we should be okay. We should be okay. Okay, that is a problem. I will have to keep in mind. Not you. You. Yeah, that needs to be fixed. But what we can do here, I think we need to do symmetry on this as well. What? Good. Put an editable on here. And we're gonna do the same with this. These we can just sort of cheat our symmetry on by doing that and deleting that, and then making sure that this is right there. Okay. Already have a concession here. I need to bring it along. I need to go from here let's attach these first. So it actually has quite a few complex interlocking shapes. Inset. like this, like that. These in like that. We're going to get rid of that. Just like so. We're going to get rid of this. Then we're going to attach you to you. Then we're going to weld. There's 4 vertices welded. That should be more. Why didn't these weld? Oh, that is why. There we go. Nice. Okay. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awful. Not a fan. Not a fan. Like, what is it? Is it... It's just a weird, useless shape. So we got a little chamfer up in this corner. Like, this isn't a shadow. It's like its own thing. It doesn't have a chamfer here. It can't be a shadow. And it's like, it's a different shape. Okay. So we've got like 2 planes, maybe, of different shapes. We've got the weird little chamfer there that we don't carry on anywhere else on this, just in that corner. And then we've got this like weird little like 15-degree slant here. That's, I guess, picking up a different light. I'm looking at this as if it was like a 3D object. And then you have, I don't know, what is that, the file extension? It's very ugly. None of this has any reason to exist. It would have been less ugly if they just had a square, just a square without any of this like weird. It looks like they didn't have any idea what to do, so they just put some random shapes together and said, good enough. Like, what was wrong with our previous logo? Nothing. It's perfectly fine. Except you can't read that it says Max on the little icon down at the bottom, but whatever. Yeah, it looks like they didn't get an artist. Some executive used like the PowerPoint tool set to design the new logo. Ugh. Alright, so now that we have that connected, this looks like a useless thing here, a useless edge, so we're going to get rid of that. Save us some polygons. Not really super concerned about poly count anymore these days, but it's still nice to try to be efficient where possible. Okay, then we're going to take this and bring you to... That's a little bit of an issue. to do a thing here. This is all super nitpicky. Really? Why did you not go to where you're supposed to? There you go. Just there. This will all be perfect. And then we get rid of that. Okay, then go from here to there, to there, to there. Yes, good. Okay. Then what we don't need is this polygon, or vertices rather. And we'll leave it there for now. Okay, then what we do need probably want to cut up this shape into maybe like 3 pieces, just so it's not a huge giant UV island to work with, so we can pack our UVs more efficiently. And there's going to be a bunch of stuff on the bottom as well that we're going to have to work in. You know, turning off that option to load all the plugins, which is on by default, fixed our lag problems. Can you imagine that? Let me add that to my file, my ever-growing file of problems I have with 3ds Max on a regular basis and how to fix them. Papa Bliach. Much ship, very many polygons. Well, hopefully not that many polygons. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Keeping the dream alive. Oh yes, that's pretty. Let's fix that up right away. We need a, oh, I have a thing just for that right there. And this goes here. And these go. There. How are you doing? We haven't talked for a while. How's things? How's life? One day Goose will have functional internet again. And will once again be graced with the Goose streams. They actually shipped his Starlink package to him. He got a notification, I think last week or the week before, I couldn't imagine having shit awful internet. I mean, I used to have dial-up. This is, I mean, many years ago, but... there wasn't anything really much faster at the time anyway. But slow internet would kill me. For something I use every single day, for hours of the day. One of these things is not like the others. I question it. Strange. Because this should be essentially the same as this. Here. And this should be the same as this. Unless this is off. But that should be there. Maybe it's just misaligned ever so slightly. Get rid of all that. Boop. We needed some of those things. Notably, we need to connect to this and this. Perfect. Gotta save all those polygons. Oof. At least it was WoW and not like Counter-Strike 1 or whatever. MMOs are at least somewhat forgiving. Alright, we're gonna pull this one back a bit. So we're not overhanging this edge. Although, we might just make it part of that edge. And then we need to fix this piece here. Oops, by pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay, then we need to connect that and that. And this needs to go here, and that needs to go there, and then those need to connect. Those need to connect. They cannot, because reasons. Just have to do a manual. Something like this will go here and get welded. And then we can get rid of like that. And then this, I believe, we can just do something like that. And then get rid of that. Yes, 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 good. Good. Mm-hmm. Yep, I like it. We need to clean up some of this stuff. You shouldn't have any of this. I don't know why you still do. That needs to be gotten rid of. Not that, but Ooh, that needs to be gotten rid of. Probably need to do some welds as well after this. We need to fix that. And that's easy enough to do by hand. Boop, boop. And weld. Perfect. Okay, then we need to prep this, which actually I think we can just attach this to this and get rid of that and remake it. Have you worked on capital space at all? This is a little bit of a issue. Not really. This is fine. We'll just create this by hand here. Oop. And not much we can do about that one. That's fine. Okay. And then let's do another weld pass. Okay, nothing left there. That. Remake that by hand as well. Some of these things I'm leaving as quads or whatever. I'm fine with them triangulating themselves. Some stuff I want to make sure it triangulates a certain way. But for the most part, we're alright. Letting it do its thing. Work that together. This can go here, weld that. That can go there, weld that. This can go here. This can go here, weld those. This can go here, weld that. This can go there, weld that. We'll leave that there for the moment. We're gonna make a save real quick. Boop. Yeah, I saw the shaky cam stuff, kind of the Battlestar Galactica inspired-ish kind of a look for what like cinematic camera view. The fun is sort of required, yeah. Although, you know, a lot of these things, especially with games of that nature, they almost build their own fun. The fun comes out of just the systems in the universe existing, rather than there being any gameplay inherent to the game. At least that's what I've noticed with that genre. That is complete cancer. Let's connect that. There we go. That's much better. This also can go here. These are squares. They'll triangulate themselves just fine. We'll worry about dividing this long piece up once we get to the bottom and see what we can do there, and then we'll try to make some nice edges connecting some of this chopped geometry to the bottom stuff. But I think we're pretty close to being ready to attach these two pieces. They're not going to be 100% perfect. Actually, they might be. They might just be. Like, I don't think we have really too many other areas that we can improve on. So let's just do it. Let's attach here, and then we do a weld on all that. 505 vertices. Let's see. Okay, we saved about 40 vertices. Didn't save, we welded about 40 verts. Oh, we lost 40 verts in our weld. Cool. And it's all symmetried and ready to be mirrored when need be. Neato, neato. What's next for us to apply? We could do these pieces here. Not sure if they're worth it. These aren't really. There's this piece. I probably should do that one. Although we're going to make it easier on ourselves and make it so it goes to there. We're not going to worry about those two. In fact, I don't know if I want these two pieces here, because I already have this bit of detail going on here, and that might get in the way of something like a bank of windows in there. We might end up putting a lot of windows on this ship, even though it's a warship, since it is a converted colony vessel. So having a lot of windows on there might be a nice call out to it being originally a civilian ship. Okay, next things that we probably want to merge in are these, I imagine. We'll do these, and then just get rid of the non-mirrored stuff. We need to do all that. So many things to do. I believe these are already aligned. Let's double check though. They're not already aligned. And that one wasn't. That one wasn't. Speaking of Windows, oh yes, yes, yeah. The Destiny had some really neat sets, and the observation deck was one of them. I like how it had like a coffee bar in the back, because of course. If I had an observation deck that looked out into the middle of the hyperspace tunnel, having a coffee bar there, yeah. Okay, let's merge those in real quick. Oh shit, actually. Actually, it's probably better if we do those later. You weren't a fan of the ship's overall design? I liked it. I thought it had some really neat parts. Let's have a look-see real quick. Show me something higher resolution, please. When you want to find stuff that's high resolution, but you can't. Oh, I know. Tools. Size. Only show me large. And that's not necessarily resolution, but it may help. It has not helped that much. I liked the like support ship as well that they had. The one that laid the gates along ahead of them. There was an aspect to the design I didn't really like all that well, mostly from kind of like a logical standpoint, and that's the riveted and bolted on sections. Like, yeah, it gives it like an old, archaic, you know, like Victorian look, Industrial Revolution kind of thing, but it's so archaic, technologically speaking, of a way of doing things structurally, that it looks bad. Yeah, like it's too steampunk. It's too much of that Industrial Revolution look. Like, having the ribbed support struts, that's fine, but the bolts are like too much. These bolts are fine down here because they aren't necessarily like bolting on like structural elements, and they might not necessarily even be bolts, but like they're too much. Let's see. But the concept of being stranded on like an ancient ship that's going off and doing its own thing, I think that like that idea was so cool. I would have liked there to be a little more focus on living within and discovering and exploring the ship. I mean, they had a bunch, but that idea is so neat, and it's fairly original too, which is hard to do these days. I did like the bridge, or the cockpit or whatever, that kind of pops up out of the tower. The side, like, it's asymmetrical. It's on one side of the pyramid. I thought that was kind of neat. I like that. And there's like some cool greebles going on. Maybe I'll steal those. I like these greebles. Those are good. I get a little bit of that in Farscape, where you're on it. You know, Crichton was on a really strange ship, and it was a discovery for him a lot of the times, finding out things about the ship and discovering new areas. But the ship wasn't like an unknown commodity. You know, it was something that people in that universe were used to seeing and interacting and being on board. It wasn't a mystery, except to the one character, more or less. And it's too small to see anything. But yeah, I think for the most, and I like the interior a lot too. I think the interior was really great. It was less steampunky than the exterior. But the rusty color palette is really nice. I like that. And the geometry of how they designed like the doors and the hallways and stuff, I think looked nice. They did a really good job blending curvature into really like industrial, utilitarian, angular architecture. I also really like. I mostly have praise for their designs, for the show. Like, this looks neat. I like the exposed pipeworks and stuff. This is kind of a strange. Actually, this is kind of like goldy looking. These panels here. Not sure I like them, but that's like a super nitpicky thing. But like, this general hallway design's nice. It's got like really nice ambient lighting, or atmospheric lighting. But then you have like a hallway that has curved sections in it. It's not quite a circle, it's sort of compressed. It's a little bit of an eggy shape, which is nice, but it's still got like in between the curves, it's all angular. I think that's kind of a neat contrast. Actually, I really like that like inset triangle shape there. That's really neat. And like their really weird control room thing, their auxiliary control room. It's hard to see. This is like a really shitty picture, but where they had this column that had all the little tubes and pipes and things. Like God knows what it was, but maybe a computer core that needed all kinds of pipes. Who knows? But it was kind of a neat thing. It was very alien in its design. Not like alien as in weird, but alien as in you look at it and you really have no idea what this thing is or why it needs to be the way it is. But it looks like it does something. Anyway. Oh, one last thing while I'm staring at it. On the bridge, I really like the monitors that are built into like these big pieces that hang down from the ceiling. It reminds me of what you would see in like the 80s with like the Alien movie, where the technology at the time were CRT monitors. So they were big and heavy. If you wanted a big monitor, it was going to be huge and very heavy, and so you needed this big assembly to hold it in place. And I kind of like that, even though, like, realistically, their monitor panels probably weigh nothing because, they're spaceships that can travel the universe, but it has that kind of aesthetic, which I like. Anyway. Let's not get distracted now. We're on a mission. Actually, speaking of distractions, I was thinking about taking a break from working on this specific ship for a few minutes and starting work on some of the others that we're going to add in. What is this? Oh, this was something that I didn't like. Okay. Just delete that. Gone forever. Literally, that's the only copy of that. It's dead to me. Let's clean up some of this stuff, too. Like, I don't need most of this random shit from when I was making these things. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to do? So we've got 2 frigates, a light frigate and a heavy frigate, and a heavy cruiser. What else do we need? We need at least one more warship size, preferably an intermediary between the frigates and the cruiser. So let's see, what will work for that? Look at our concepts. We've got this. This could work as like a large destroyer, perhaps. These are both more utility-looking ships. We've got that. That could be a larger ship, like a battleship, maybe. Upscale the details on, or up-detail it a bit, potentially. And this is, it looks to me like a smaller utility vessel of some kind. And then we've got this as well, which is also a larger-looking ship. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll work on this one. This is my favorite out of all of them. And I think it's the one that'll fit the best as an intermediary between the heavy cruiser and the frigates. As either a light cruiser, or a destroyer, or a heavy destroyer, destroyer leader. So we'll do that one. We'll work on that. The control thing reminds you of the religious zealots from Deus Ex. Oh, yes. This was in the one that's set in Prague? Or someplace like that? You know, all the wires and shit hanging down. Okay, so to start with that, let's just grab a random cube. I want to get rid of smoothing groups on this thing. Clear all. Then we're going to reset the X form on it. Bam. And then we're going to convert it to a poly. Alright, and then we're going to put it over here, and we'll make a copy. Okay. All right, we'll rough it out real quick. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to have like a hammerhead deal. It's going to be kind of a longer, narrower one. I like that. That's good. Okay. Then we're going to have a neck piece. It comes out like so. Then we are going to have excuse me. Pardon me. Let's get rid of this grid for now. This is going to go out way out like that. And then we're going to go up something like this. Something like that. It's going to get a section in the middle. It's a bit raised up. In vaguely like this. We'll clean this up. This is super rough. Then it's gonna be kind of like this-ish. And then there's gonna be like the reverse of this on the other side. Let's adjust this a little bit. A little thicker, a little wider. And then there's like a central, it's actually a little bit wider of a ship, I think. So we're gonna connect that. And then this is the same width. The neck is the same width as the rest of that. So we'll elongate it to compensate. And then this will be enlarged a bit. Okay. Then we get like a piece here. Welcome back. And this can go up something kind of like that. Get a little higher. This is all super duper rough. Super duper duper rough. This will go up into here. And it'll get a similar thing in the back. And then there's a thing on the top of this. There are a number of things on the top of this, but for the time being, we will just do this. Then there's gonna be like a trench in here. We'll get to there eventually. Sets a bit farther down. This we will mirror. How are we looking on our scale? Roughly, give or take. Let's have a check. Alright. Not looking so bad. I remember, this is a heavy cruiser, so it's pretty big. This is a heavy frigate, so a destroyer, in theory, wouldn't be all that much larger. This is like a very big destroyer or a small light cruiser at the moment. So we can either make it a little smaller to fit that destroyer role, or a little bit larger to fit the light cruiser role. Let's see how we are relative to the Sith. Everything's kind of scaled relative to the Sith fleet. Disabling the load plugins at start did make 3ds Max slower to fire up and load things. But it's worth it for the fixing the user interface lag. If this is gonna load, we'll see. Give it a minute. I did classify those as frigates, didn't I? Yes. There we go. It did finally open, kinda, sorta. Still not responding. We'll give it some time. In fact, while it's still thinking about it, I will be right back. Okay, remind me, I put a bagel in the oven. Okay, let's see, where are we at? So, here's the heavy cruiser in relation to the Sith stuff. So it's quite large. We have a frigate here somewhere, which is what we're looking for. So our frigate, our heavy frigate, isn't actually that big. but it's like an American. It's inspired by the American heavy frigates that we used to build back in the 1800s. So it's pretty small. So destroyer-wise, what are we looking at? The Sith destroyer is roughly roughly 1 2/3. So we could get away with this being about like that. Is that right? To about the end of that. I guess that's, yeah. Yeah, it makes for a pretty big destroyer. We could definitely do a heavy destroyer. But in the end, it's not actually that much larger than the Sith destroyer. I mean, these look a little bit longer or larger than they really are since they're kind of set in the middle. Anyway, it's a thought. Just don't want to make sure, or want to make sure we aren't crazy off in our scale. Speaking of, oops, bagel in the oven, you out. I will be right back. Just like Goose. Yep. Oh no. So during the pandemic, the grocery store got rid of all their bagel grab bins where they had all the individual flavors in like different tubs you could bag up yourself, and they pre-bagged everything, and they chose to only sell bags of 6 bagels. And so that's enough bagels that if you don't eat more than one a day, they will go bad by the time you get to them. You can't eat one every day for 6 days. You have to eat like 2 days you eat 2 bagels, and then maybe 2 days you eat 1 bagel. That's too many bagels. I don't want a bagel every day. And I certainly don't want 2 bagels on any one day. But the only option was 6 bagels. And they'll go bad in about 5 days. 4 to 5 days here. Unless you put them in the refrigerator or the freezer or something. But if they're out on like a bread box or the counter, they'll go bad in 4 or 5 days. And they have now, as of 2 weeks ago, brought back the individual bagel bins. So now I can go to the store and get like 3 bagels or 2 bagels, which is nice. This is a jalapeno cheese one as well. I did not want jalapeno and cheese. I wanted regular cheese. But I suppose the regular cheese bin had a jalapeno and cheese one in it. Not the worst tragedy that could have happened. They make it, you consume it all. Yep. Yeah, it was real dumb because your only choice was buy 6 bagels or buy no bagels. Very irritating. 2 years. We Americans waste a lot of food. Banking on the bet they won't do without. Captive audience. Okay, so with this being more or less an okay size, can we afford to put a hangar in it? Or do we want to increase it up to being like a light cruiser? We put a hangar on the level 3, tier 3 Republic destroyer, I think. I don't know. Now let's continue to work on it, and we can adjust its scale as needed. Okay. So we're going to get a thing here, kind of like this. We're going to have kind of like a small little trench. Or maybe it's a bigger trench. No, it is a smaller trench. This will be a bit more narrow. Getting the proportions just right is always tricky. So if we sit there, that's pretty narrow for our hangar. We may need to make some adjustments. I think this ends up being a little bit longer. And perhaps a little thicker. Like so. Bring it down a little bit. Reset the X form on that. Then what we're going to do is give it the same motif we have here, more or less. So what we're going to do is extrude and scale. And actually we're going to bring this back a bit. So it's roughly the same size there. Yeah. And then we scaled it, we're going to reset its X1 again. Then we're going to give it 3 subdivisions, 3 sections. Actually, there's a better way of doing this. We'll do that. And then I'm going to spread them out a bit farther from each other, like so. And then we're going to chamfer those, reduce that down, and then do something like that. And then these will get an extrusion, like so. And then we're going to get rid of smoothing groups. Boop. Okay. Then relative to that, this needs to be bigger. Can't wait to buy your nephew a set of drums. Oh boy, that sounds like a fun time. For somebody. Somebody's whose name isn't Jogex. that. Did I really just take that? Greetings. How was the working times today? This is Emperor Battle for Dune. So, not quite CNC, but close. Trying to decide if I like this transition. I suppose I should give it a fair chance and actually adjust to these. Yeah, that's fine. Some details from the concept art we may keep, and some we may not. We will throw most everything on and see how we like it. Like, for instance, this rib here that connects back into here. We may or may not keep it. Now our scale's kind of gotten away from us a bit. The ship is actually much bigger relative to this section, so either we need to take it all down or take all this up. And we can always adjust things later as we want. One thing though is that the front of our angled sections do meet up with this, more or less. It's a little vague, but they're pretty close. So I think we're also a little bit fatter. Something a little more like that. And overall, the front of this represents like somewhere between a fifth and a sixth of the total length. So if we took this just to help us get our scaling more or less correct, we'll go to about here. And we'll duplicate. We'll go to 6. And then we can always make little adjustments as we need. Ooh, that was exactly the thing I needed to do. And so this needs to occupy about that much It's wider in the middle and narrower at the front, and maybe at the back. Okay. The poor, innocent scav players. All they want to do is loot. And here you are coming in, ruining their day. Okay, so this will be much closer in. Like this. And then we're going to take it out a bit in the middle. So. And I want this to be as flat of a piece as possible. It's made of 2 triangles. You can kind of barely see that there's a triangle here, and there's a triangle here. And we want those 2 triangles to be as parallel as possible. So we just kind of move things until they're shaded the same. Vaguely. Around like that will serve our purpose. Although, still might want to bring that in. Think about it though. Well, yeah, think about it. Do a lot of thinking about things here. That's what vegetables do. Many thoughts. Sometimes it's a little difficult to reconcile drawn concept art sketches into 3D, getting the proportions just right. Like, it can look perfect. It looks like it works. And then you do it in 3D, and it's hard to pin down sometimes if you're trying to be super precise. So it's a little bit of a guessing game sometimes. You just throw shit together and make adjustments as we go. Might make this a light cruiser. That's something that we need. So if this is a light cruiser, potentially, that means windows. Means we could make that a destroyer, maybe. So one of our things that we're going to have difficulty reconciling here is the trench. Maybe. We can try a few things, because the trench is fairly thick. However, it's not thick everywhere. And also there's some thick, there's some mass along the bottom of these too. So got something a little bit like that. So if we made the trench as thick as that, it's still really narrow. Way too narrow to do like a hanger over here. Not that that's necessarily how that's going to work, but like you can see in our art here, so this is what I'm doing with, or what I'm trying to figure out, is we've got this trench that's pretty thick. It's roughly about as thick as this section here, which is thick enough to have a hanger in it. But our trench kind of like narrows down toward the bow of the ship, as does kind of everything. So I'm trying to figure out how to like reconcile that in 3D so it all works. So one option potentially is to, in fact, like have the trench not be a parallel and have it enlarge itself, get wider as it goes towards the middle of the ship from the bow, and narrow down once it gets over here. I don't like that visually. I like the trenches to be nice and parallel, and they're easier to work with and put like greebles and things in. Also, we're a little bit too tall. We're a fairly narrow ship in terms of height. We're both narrow in terms of width and narrow in height. They're long and skinny. We can import our image in if we wanted to. But I'm not trying to be that precise. But I do want... I want these to be closer together, like so. Maybe even more so. And a bit more like that. And then I want the overall height, I think, to be a little bit less. And a bit more like that. Slightly less aggressive slope. We're still pretty flat on here, so that's good. So that means we're going to need to adjust all this stuff down a little bit. No biggie here. As well. We'll pretty it up later when we get to the detailing. Okay, so with that in mind, we'll get rid of those, and we will... place this back. Proclaim the glory of Onderon. Yes. Onderon's a cool place. I've always liked Onderon. I first encountered Onderon in KOTOR, which had a really great color palette and texture design on stuff, more or less. I mean, for a 2000s whatever Xbox game, it was pretty cool. And the level was fun, and it had a good soundtrack, I think. And I always kind of liked it from then. And then I discovered it in Tales of the Jedi, which is where KOTOR got it from. And it's pretty neat there, too. It's got some really cool architecture. Speaking of which, okay, stream opinion time. Let me find it. Let me pull it up. There are several iterations of Onderon. There are many iterations of Onderon. And I'm curious what people think is their favorite version. Alright, so we have the original Onderon. The first viewing, the first time we see Onderon, is in the Tales of the Jedi comics, in which you've got this very industrialized Mesopotamian style architecture, kind of a mixture between that and brutalism. All your buildings are like these monolithic stone and like concrete structures. A lot of basic shapes with some minor detailing on them, but that's our first Onderon, the original OG Onderon. And they have like big giant badass flags, right? All right. Then we move on in time, and we've got the KOTOR version of Onderon, which, granted, they had some limitations because early Xbox game engine, they had to reduce the detail a bit. But they make their color palette kind of a more lighter yellow, sandstony kind of a thing. It's still pretty similar, although we're starting to see a bit more European accents sprinkled in, with kind of the shapes of some of the roofs and stuff. But they also went pretty heavy on like this tiled look. I don't know if you can see that. But there's like lots of tiling and lots of these like inset lights as well. Pretty similar to the original Onderon, but again, shifting a little more European. Then we have the Clone Wars Onderon, which came next, which leans really heavily into like European and like more French 1800s architecture, with lots of the like blue roofs, more of the domed round buildings. We lose most of our Mesopotamian influences, aside from like the palace, which is very Mesopotamian, Babylonian, whatever. But everything else is like weird French 18th century, 17th century architecture, with some kind of weird stuff thrown in. Then we move on to Tor, and they have their own version of Onderon, which keeps the main palace basically as it was in the Clone Wars, but shifts back towards more of that Mesopotamian look, where you've got a lot of these square, angular buildings that are kind of Greek Mesopotamian looking, Arisian maybe. And they get rid of a lot of the like French blue roofs, and they get rid of all the round domed buildings. And their color palette is basically concrete, just like straight up concrete. Although they did keep the purple plants that we saw established in the Clone Wars. Up until that point, we don't see any exterior really in the KOTOR. You get like some blurry stuff off in the distance. You can't really tell much. And it's kind of like mountainy, rugged in Tor, or not Tor, the Tales of the Jedi stuff. There's a couple of panels where they're out in the woods, but it doesn't establish too much. Whereas the Clone Wars really went heavy on like the purple plants and like this god-awful fucking green moss color, and like a really saturated brown stone. Tor kept the purple plants and they desaturated the stones a bit. Anyway, I'm curious what people think is their favorite iteration of Onderon out of the 4 versions we get. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome. Glad you found your way over here for our Onderon adventures. Go sit in your basket. Go sit in your basket. Or you can sit there, that's fine. You like the look of this one? It's coming along, it's getting there. We're still kind of figuring out the proportions and roughing out some of the shapes. I'm thinking about using it as a light cruiser. It's going to be an intermediary between the heavy cruiser and the heavy frigates, mostly because that's what you need for the Stellaris ship set, is a little bit more of a smooth gradient between the ship sizes, or a bit more of a linear gradient. So this will be an intermediary warship. It'd probably end up being something like a cruiser class in Stellaris in terms of an analog there. You think the Tor stuff looks the best? I haven't been there personally in Tor yet. I need to go have a look at it in person. So I'm thinking about it as wargame terrain. So I was gonna make, or I'm slowly in the process of designing some wargame terrain buildings for Star Wars Legion, and I have a set based on Onderon that I'm working on. And the Tor version is probably the most playable in terms of a war game, because you have all these flat roofs, you've got lots of insets and ledges along these buildings, and they're all like squares and rectangles, so they can fit together on a game board to make a city or whatever really nicely. And they're quick and easy to make because squares and rectangles are very fast to fabricate. Alright, I think proportionally this is looking a bit better. A bit more where we want it. I think we got our height more or less down. Okay, I think we're looking good there. This, I think we're gonna thin up a little bit. Maybe even some more. Not sure if I'm going to keep this rib here or not. We'll see. If we end up indeed using this as a light cruiser, it'll be big enough that we may want to keep that just for detail purposes, but we'll see where we get to in terms of detail and poly count. Because we're going to have like little, not ribs, but little insets. We're going to subdivide these into smaller panels. In fact, we could do that right now. Just as an example, we're not ready for it yet, but we'll throw it on there just to get a feel for it. Get rid of smoothing groups, don't have any good. Which will involve us doing this, and then we're going to pinch these together a bit, and then we're going to slide it back. So we have a longer panel there. A larger panel, excuse me. Yeah, something a bit like that, and then we chamfer that. Reduce that down, this is fine. Then we go into orthographic, we go to here, grab this, this, and that, and then we do an extrusion. Hopefully it works well for us. Sometimes it gets a little confused and makes some unfortunate shapes, but this looks good enough. We can always clean things up later as we need. Then we'll go in and get rid of smoothing groups again. I wish there was a way to turn off it auto-creating smoothing groups. I'll throw this in. Again, this is just a temporary one. We're not ready for the ribs yet, but I don't know. We may keep them, it depends, but it'll be subdivided like that, and then very similar on the back end as well. Getting there, getting there. Pardon me. It's the allergies. They make the nose itch and stuffy. I'm trying not to take as many allergy pills as I used to. So they kind of fuck up your memory and stuff, which I certainly don't need any more of. I'm basically a vegetable already, as it is. I still think we need a little more trench thickness to achieve the look that we're going for, but we're getting much closer. This is kind of a placeholder. Clean this up a little bit. So we really don't need... Yeah, see, I did this annoying shit here. It's fine for now. We can come back and clean it up later. Good enough for now. So that was only one side. It's got all kinds of little issues. This is another irritating problem where I can't select things half the time. When I'm not in orthographic. There we go. Yeah, that'll have to get cleaned up. That's fine. Like, I'd really like to put the hanger in here, but we need a bit more thickness. So what we can do, take this and bring it up a little bit. I don't have a reference for this to attach to. So for that, what we're going to do... What we're going to do... piece. I'm going to get rid of you for the moment. And we're going to put you like here, and then we're going to mirror you on the Z. Yep. And we're going to bring you down there. All right. We already listened to that soundtrack. We're gonna skip that. efforts. Our measuring stick. Don't know if this is thick enough for a hangar still. We're also going to scale everything down a little bit more, or a little bit at some point, as when we built the front, or started doing the front, getting that done, we had to scale up everything to match it, and it ends up being a little bit too big. So realistically, we are probably going to be a bit more along the lines of something like that. Not too much smaller, but still smaller. Okay. Now, let's work on this top section just a tad bit. We're going to have this section be a bit flatter. Something like that. This will come to here. This will go out to about like so. Actually, no, let's take it to here. And then let's bring it in like that. And then this we're going to scale in. Need a hotkey for centering pivots. I do it often enough. I'd do it more often if I had a hotkey for it. Something a bit like that. Then I used my square. I need to. I guess I've got one here. I can use it. It's fine. Then we're going to steal some antennas. We're going to steal these antennas here. For the moment. We may actually want more bigger antennas. These were attached to that. Alright. We could actually just take this entire array here. That'll work more appropriately, I believe. And then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that. Okay, let's look at our engines. Let's kind of get those placed in. So what are we doing? We have pretty simple engines on the frigates. Basically just some tubes with like a flange and a... Not too crazy. We're a little more detailed on the heavy cruiser. We could do an intermediary between these. Let's steal the heavy cruiser's engine for the moment. What are we gonna do? We might have one in the center. And then we may do something like one on either side, possibly different like style, slightly smaller maybe. And then we could also do one of our Onderonian motifs is large arrays of engines. So if we want to kind of carry that along, we might as we've got lots of engines on the frigates, big engine arrays, and then we have a huge engine array on the heavy cruiser, so I'm sort of established to that. Let's see, then let's kind of get our bottom hull shapes in place. We're going to pull that up to something around like that. And then we're going to take it to about halfway. Here-ish. Get another one of these things kind of down here. Excuse me. Has anyone read Foundation? You know, the planet Trantor, which is basically the entire surface is covered in concrete and metal. I wouldn't mind living there. So you know what isn't on the surface of a planet made of concrete and metal? plants and pollen. Old school Coruscant, yep. Alright, so this one does a thing. We're going to experiment. Let's grab this. I really should fix this up before I do anything. Okay, we're going to do that. As we might start needing it now for stuff. Orthographic. Here, this. This. What a mess. Let's clean that shit right up. I mean, the temptation is to be overly precise here and make sure that everything is absolutely perfect, and it really doesn't need to be. It just needs to be close enough. Just needs to be close enough. Don't need perfection, even though it's tempting, because we can make it perfect. We really don't need it to be. We really don't need it to be. Yes, it's almost there. And in the end, these are very likely gonna have like a really dark texture, like a dirt down up in there, and some edge wear, and you won't be able to see anything geometry-wise, other than that it's a trench. But you will not be able to see how it's constructed. In any case, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this back over here. That. And then we're going to experiment here. Our concept art shows us that about here on this one, actually, that's a lie. It's actually on the lower one. That this flattens off. So we're actually something more like this. don't know if my tummy agreed with that bagel. It's definitely complaining. Not sure if I like that shape transition. This apparently is also a bit more like that. Some of these shapes take a while to wrap your head around. Get just right. That's fine. And the transitions can be kind of awkward between stuff sometimes. Alright, so we need to bring up this much higher. Not sure what we're going to do for the transition here yet. We could do something vaguely in that nature. And it's basically what we had before, but it looks a little better now that we made some adjustments. It's still a little aggressive over here, though. Not a super fan of this assembly at the moment. It's okay. It's not doing it for me. Let's pull one of these back. You got some like awkward stuff happening. Like this is ugly. Okay, what if instead, let's just get rid of this for the moment. Also, these engines don't necessarily have to be that large. They are directly pulled from the heavy cruiser. They can certainly be scaled down a little bit. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's reduce our scale by 20%. Gives us a little more room to work with as well. Could do something like that, and since we have a little more room, might have to play around with these shapes for a while, or just sit on them, let them juice for a while, maybe a day. Could give it some thought. Not convinced yet. Might even just do something entirely different. We'll see. We'll see. This actually does something a bit more interesting in that it's actually really wide. Maybe farther down. How does that shape work? Unless we do something like have a connection in the middle, edge in the middle, and then we scale these out like so, and then down. we're gonna make a copy of this real quick, and then we're gonna experiment with what a hanger might look like. I think we're a little too fat as well, but we'll see how it goes. So we're going to do a reset on the X form, and then we are going to give ourselves a bit of an inset, something like that. We're going to grab our vertices and bring them real close together. By that I mean something a little more like so. Then extrude this in a bit like so. Then we're going to do another inset, and then an extrusion like so, and then an extrusion like so, and then another extrusion. A little bit like that. And then we're going to take this and this. We're going to connect them. And we're going to take those, and we're going to take those. Yes, like so. And then we're going to move that to there. And this to here. And maybe okay, actually, let's undo that. I think there's a easier way of doing this, a better way of doing this, which what we're going to do is we're going to grab you, and we're going to grab you, and we're going to scale you like so, doing like that. We're going to get rid of these. And we're going to cap that. Then we're going to take this stuff here. Pinch it like so. Even it out a little bit. Kind of getting the itch to play Battlefront. Can I afford the hard drive space? The 80 gigs it is, or whatever. I have 120 gigs free on my game drive, so maybe. Enter my Origin email. I don't remember what that is. Maybe not. Maybe no Battlefront for us at the moment. Okay, so we've got that as a potential hangar, which is... Our concept art gives us two options, one that's longer and one that's like a doorway that's longer and a doorway that's smaller. I need to do something with this transition down here. Which I don't love at the moment. There are certain transitions I don't like. I don't like transitioning shapes like this into shapes like this. For the most part. They look kind of ugly. But we'll see what we can do. So we've got a triangle issue here. That's fine. Then take this up. It's not so bad. It's not great though. Ultimately though, I think I'd like it to come to this edge and then up, which is going to require us to put in an edge. Why aren't you where I told you to be? So this is going to take a little finagling. I'll need to put an edge in here, and then I can align that correctly. Okay, which means that this, I think we're pretty clean on this, so we'll duplicate it over, put it in all its spots. That's even what I want to do for transition. Is that where I want it? I don't think so. Well, it was here. I'd like it if it had a bit more of a a slope to it. So maybe actually we don't need to put that edge in there at all. And we can take this and we'll bring it forward to there. And we'll take this stuff and bring it down to here. And out to there. Well, that's not the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Because this isn't perfect, flat, parallel surface. Unless we went crazy and did something like bringing it down to here. Well, no. That's a negatory. I do think, though, one thing we are going to do is bring it up a little bit. Just have it be a little less, you know, a little less there. Which means this stuff here got pushed out. It's close enough for now. It's not my favorite transition, but we'll work on it some more. Might just do a few manual things. It looks better too when all the geometry is cleaned up. Now think about that for a while. We could also put like some layers of stuff in there as well, which might help with it a bit. But anyway, we're almost done with the shapes. Then we'll bring in a few more of our components from some of the other ships so that we match our stylings a bit. So we can try taking in something like this. Top of here. Please. Thank you. Camera's going crazy. Oh, I wonder. I wonder if that's what causes my... Oh, it is. I think. No? it's still at 45. Some way we move the camera around causes our perspective FOV to change from its default of 45, and it starts going crazy. I don't know why. This will look better once we like put in some of the detailing, because there's gonna be like ribs and things in here as well. But I'm still not a super fan of it at the moment. It causes your faces to disappear. That's always nice. It's always good. We like it when that happens. Faces, what are those? They're not important at all. Alright, I think we're going to take a break on this ship for now. We've got it, like, we've got the rough out of the proportions and the basic shapes, like, 85% done, maybe. Then there's a few more details to go in and add in, and our problem areas for now that just aren't sitting right with me at the moment. It basically has to do with this whole undercarriage area. Not super happy with it at the moment. So I'm going to think on it for a while. But yes, we're getting pretty close on this one, and then we're going to continue our cleanup of our optimization of the heavy cruiser, and then we can get to texturing that, well, UVing it and then texturing it. Yeah, so this sits somewhere as an intermediate warship. I think I'll thin it up a little bit. Thin up this main section by maybe 10%. What would that look like if I did that? Let's see. We're going to do a quick and dirty scale on it. Just real quick. So if I went down to like there, it's a pretty minor adjustment, but I think it helps quite a lot. The overall read. And then we have to think about what kind of weaponry we're going to put on it. We've got 2 turret types. We can whip up some more. We've got 3 turret types. We can whip up some more. We've got small dual turret, single larger turret, and a dual larger turret. So far, the 2 frigates below it use dual turrets. And the heavy cruiser has mostly arrays of the dual turrets as well. The way I have the Onderonians designed, they don't really use a lot of heavier weapons. They use a lot of numerous smaller guns because they lack a heavy arms industry, being a newly established colony. So they tend to have more smaller guns. Now, where we are going to put them is a question. If we do indeed have this as a carrier, or have it as hangars, that'll be some of its armament will be in the form of in squadrons. So we won't need to go too crazy on the conventional weapons, although we still need quite a few. The heavy frigate has 10 guns and 5 turrets. And so we will likely want more than that. But not necessarily a huge amount more. One of the things that we haven't worked into here yet, or haven't thought about as we're making it, is locations for guns. So that's something we definitely want to consider as we continue working on the ship in the near future. Now we can put some guns along these spines. They can't shoot forward necessarily. I mean, in Empire War they'll be able to shoot forward because Empire War has the worst foundation. Does things in like the worst way. Well, yeah. One of the worst ways, in that you have firing cones, which are gross in just about every way. A firing cone can be gross. But we can definitely do something like have a couple of these heavier guns, they're size 2 guns, they're not super heavy, up here. Make them super firing. I'll put little pedestals for them. And then we can put some smaller guns on there. I don't know if I'm going to give it any torpedoes or anything like that. I have torpedoes on the heavy frigate. I don't have torpedoes on the cruiser, on the heavy cruiser. Maybe I'll put torpedoes on the light cruiser. I don't know. I could put... And our ship is mostly symmetrical, top to bottom. Mostly, so like this turret we can mirror on the bottom. We could put turrets on the side of here, potentially. These smaller ones. And again, I'd probably build like a little pedestal for them, although there isn't a whole lot of room, so maybe not. Like, that's a potential location as well. We really want our turret placement to be aesthetically pleasing, but also functional. Like, I don't want to put a turret here because it can shoot past this block. That would be an illogical place to put one, so we won't. I could move this antenna array back a bit and we could put one on top. That's much more reasonable. On top in front. And then we can have we'd have a lot of the guns like clustered around the superstructure. Kind of the Yamato look. But not really. If we had a bunch of guns maybe on the side built up. So we could do something kind of like that, and then a couple on the bottom, or some more on the bottom, possibly. It's an idea. It's an idea. Okay, let's take a break from that and maybe tinker with this for a few minutes. Let's integrate this piece. And eventually, we'll have everything we need to have done on this, and then I can UV it and begin the glorious texturing process. And then send it to the boys. And let them do their game code magic. So we get rid of that. Go back to here. I also kind of feel like playing that Assassin's Creed game, Origins, the one that takes place in Sparta, well, Greece, ancient Greece. Playing, running around in because it's pretty. I will return in a couple minutes. I have returned. I am thinking about wrapping it up here for the day. My girlfriend's going to return any moment from work. I'm going to need to go start dinner. Get that going. But we made good progress. We've got more of the heavy cruiser optimized, and we can probably finish it up tomorrow in terms of getting it ready for texturing. I don't think I'll get to the UV mapping tomorrow, but we can probably get the rest of the model cleaned up. Yeah, get that going. And then we made good progress on this. Still some adjustments to be made, but it's coming along nicely. And that probably needs another day for us to finish it. We're like 85% there. We still need to do some detailing, or we still need to finalize our proportions, figure out what we're doing with some shape transitions, and then do a bunch of detailing, and then of course it needs to be optimized. Although it should be pretty straightforward to optimize this one. It doesn't have too many like stacked layers to worry about. This one's got a lot of layers stacked, which is making it a little bit of a pain, but considering that we don't trust the boolean tool these days, cannot make a mess of things. So yeah, good progress today. Yes, that is good progress. Yesterday we didn't make a whole lot of progress. We mostly fooled around with this heavy cruiser. We got it going though. So it's taken a little longer. I thought I could optimize it in one day, but it's going to take two. Mostly 2 days of solid work on it, although it'll be the third day of the Onderon stuff. Then we might play around with play around with designing the starbase a bit as well. We'll see how that goes. Play around with some shapes and slap some stuff together and see if we like the direction it goes in. But yeah, so that's our progress. We're going to be working on the Onderon stuff for probably the next couple of weeks, maybe 3. We'll see how it goes. But we've got a lot of ships that we want to make, and we need to make a bunch of stations and things as well, like mining station and science station. Those two should be pretty straightforward and easy. They don't need to be particularly fancy or complex. The starbase is probably the biggest deal, as that needs to come in 5 different levels that kind of build upon each other. Usually it's not too difficult though. It's just going to be a lot of segments that we're going to have to worry about textile density on and whatnot, but shouldn't be too bad once we get our design finalized. Just something to keep in mind. Yeah, and then just a bunch more ships, 5 or 6 more ships, and that should be a solid enough contingent of vessels to have a pretty unified fleet out of. Yeah, so that's our plan for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Get the AtolmAzel, and then we're gonna texture everything too. Everything's gonna be UV'd and textured, so it'll probably end up being the most complete fleet, going from the least complete to the most complete. As I only have 2 or 3 Sith, and Republic ships done. Well, for each one, I have up to the Sith destroyer textured, and I have up to the Republic frigate textured. But I kind of put that project aside for a while to work on other things. Anyway, so if you're new here and lurking around, and you're interested in watching us progress and go from a bunch of concepts to a bunch of textured ships in Stellaris, stick around with us, and that's where we're going to end up at some point in the next few weeks. I won't be doing the game integration, just the ship designing and texturing and UV mapping and whatnot. We also probably want to design a couple more turrets as well, as we only have 2. We've got a light turret and a kind of an intermediary gun. We probably want a bigger turret, bigger gun somewhere in there, and maybe some ion weaponry or something, an alternative. Well, thank you for the gift, sir. To the Grundle Gruzzler. He's a part of the remake mod crew. So sticking it in the mod community. Very good. Anyway, so I'm going to wrap things up, and so thanks everyone for hanging out with us, and hopefully I'll get up a little earlier tomorrow, and we can do maybe a 5 or 6 hour stream and really get a lot of stuff done. Anyway, have an enjoyable rest of your Tuesday evening, and we'll see you hopefully in the near future. Off we go.